Hey everybody, welcome to the South by Southwest Music Showcase edition of the Austin Ableton User Group. Thanks for joining us. We've got a lot of people still coming in. We've got some artists, we've got some performers, Ableton nerds, Ableton CTs, and I want to thank Tom for being here, for doing this with me. It was his idea a couple of weeks ago, not even that long ago. See if we could reach out to some of our friends and talented folks that have helped us out in the user group, and we had an influx of awesome content, which we're really excited to share with you. Tom, how you doing today?
Pretty good. Yeah, we had I think it was 2009, we had a showcase of Ableton during South by Southwest also that was kind of similar to this, where I reached out to a lot of people who use Ableton to perform live and put together something at the Plush nightclub, which is pretty cool. So this is kind of a digital version of that, and we hope to do this again in the future. So it was really cool to see all the people put stuff together. It was short notice, but I think that's a few people actually commented that was really good. It was just the right amount of time to kind of have a deadline and have something that they can kind of crank out, 5 to 15 minutes. So
and it is the spirit of South by Southwest, like DIY, last minute, day drinking, people from all over the world, day drinking, unofficial showcases, and day drinking. So feel free to have your favorite beverage. Hey, Nate, thanks for joining us with you, and have fun. Share this with your friends. We're really trying to recreate that vibe of people from all over the world. And speaking of people from all over the world, we're just being joined from somebody from Denmark, and we've got people from different parts of the U.S. We've got Adam. Hey, Adam, how's it going, man? Former Austin resident for life.
Yeah, we're getting tons of people joining here. Wow, this is awesome.
Yeah, cool. So first up, we've got a really special performance from Jonathan Stein. He's performing as Charles Jacques. And you all can, participate in any way you can in the chat. Feel free to ask questions. We actually are lucky enough to have Jonathan with us so that he can answer some questions about his set and maybe talk about his inspiration, about his performance. How's it going, Johnny?
Yay, what's up, Seraphin? It's going good, bro. How you feeling?
Doing good. Where are you connecting from?
Oh, this is just my my spot out in Englewood, Los Angeles.
Nice, man.
Yeah, man.
Hi from Austin.
Hell yeah. I like your setup, man. That's a great studio.
Thank you, man. You're welcome here anytime.
That's what's up, man. I'll take you up on that.
Do you want to set up your performance anyway?
Yeah, I'll just keep it simple, but it's just how I've been enjoying making beats on Push lately. I've always been interested in seeing if I could just bridge the gap between playing, coming from being an instrumentalist, bass, guitar, piano, that kind of stuff, and composing / producing, which is more the sitting down at the computer and making sounds happen. So this is me trying to use Push to do both at the same time and just kind of have fun with it and make some chill vibes. So just let it roll, dude, and let's see what people think.
Awesome, man. Let's go to your video.
Nice.
Oh, nice. Big up.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Thanks, fellas.
Yeah, I loved how you picked up the guitar in the middle. Or what was that? A guitar or what was that?
That's a 7-string bass.
Okay, cool. Cool.
Yeah.
I was wondering if I was seeing that right or not, if it was 7 or 6.
Yeah, dude. No, that's real.
Does it have an extra low or an extra high?
Has a low B and then 2 extra highs, high C and high F.
Ah,
Nice.
that's cool.
Nice.
Yeah, man, what can you tell us about your push set? Like how much of it is, creating the environment for you to let loose and perform, and how much of it is like creating a track set that then you can improvise over? Like what's your approach to it?
Nice. That's a good question. Yeah, it's usually a little bit of both. I mean, in general, you end up having the most wiggle room when you keep it the simplest as opposed to the other way around. So I just kind of went for the standard 4-track layering thing: drums, bass, chords, and then some kind of wild card lead thing, which ended up being the synth part that I played. So pretty much the only prep I had was I had those 4 channels all ready to go. I had a line for my bass. I had a drum rack with 3 drum sounds on it, kick, snare, hat. I had the Rhodes ready to go, and I had the operator synth ready to go. And then everything else was made on the spot in that video take there. So yeah, I guess it's just about getting a minimal amount of homework done so that you could just hop on there and kind of skip the busy work of browsing for stuff, which takes unnecessary time, and then just get right to the music making, the composing. And yeah, I mean, for that vid, I know that took a few takes. I definitely had to practice that, getting all the transitions smooth and jumping from one instrument smooth so that it still sounds like, a finished track, I guess. But other than that, yeah, it's always going to be a mix of preparation and thoughtfulness, but then the other half you always want to leave open to just do you and flow and have that loose wiggle room. So I always try and kind of shoot for half and half.
That's a great answer. Do you what's your approach to audio looping? Are you using Looper or are you creating clips?
Oh yeah, no, that was just clips in session view. So yeah, the big thing about the push workflow, I mean, along with playing it as an instrument or a keyboard, which is my favorite thing about it, always has been, is you're basically just using the live session view workflow where you're making clips, you're starting and stopping them, and just kind of enjoying that kind of live looping sequencing workflow. Yeah.
Yeah, and I want to remind people on the chat here with us, feel free to ask any questions or raise your hand.
Yeah, please do.
Have you participate. There's a lot of Ableton geeks on here with us too.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I liked watching your fast fingers. I was trying to see what kind of chord groups you were using on the push. It's pretty cool.
Oh, thanks, man.
Yeah.
The beauty of and I'm also going to get to you in a second, Richard. I just saw that question, and I'll just answer it right now, actually. Yeah, the beauty of playing push in chromatic mode, which yes, I was, and I saw somebody else confirm that. That's what's up. We definitely have some Ableton nerds up in here. So yeah, I guess there's many beauties to push in chromatic mode, but one, it ends up just being exactly like playing a piano or bass guitar with white and black keys. And I guess the most special thing about it, and which is what I also love about playing bass or guitar for that matter, is the symmetry of it. So it has there's this really cool word for it. It's called isomorphism, and isomorphism means that on the push, exactly, it means that once you know a shape for a chord or a melody or anything really, it's just like a little Tetris block, and then you could just move that Tetris block anywhere you want, and it will always be that scalar chord. So yeah, it's really cool, and I've come to really appreciate that about this type of keyboard, and I'm curious to see where it goes next, and I'm curious to see what y'all think when you try it. Let me know.
Yeah, so have you been to Austin before? Have you done South by Southwest before?
No, I would really like to though.
Yeah, well, hopefully when things open up, and one of my biggest things on the wish list is that South by comes back to normal, because it was truly the best time of the year. People from all over the world, and everybody was sharing music, ideas, and I want to thank you for being a part of this and being open to sharing those ideas too. What kind of projects do you have going on right now? Are you doing anything that you want to share with folks?
Yeah, totally. Yeah, so I've been kind of exploring this Charles Jacques thing for about a year now. And for those who don't know, I used to, or still identify as Jonathan Stein, and but I also identify as Charles Jacques now. Charles Jacques is my middle name, and so Charles Jacques has been me kind of leaning into this kind of indie soul sound and exploring a singer-songwriter personality. So I've released 5 tracks so far on Spotify, and I'm working on a new one and a music video and a full record to be dropped mid-year. So definitely keep in touch with me. Follow me on Instagram. That's I am Charles Jacques, and that's JACQUES. And I post a lot of push performance vids like what we just screened and other fun stuff, and check me out on Spotify. And so yeah, I've got a whole bunch of new music and projects coming very soon. That's
awesome, man. Well, thanks for sharing, and thanks for being a part of this. Hope you stick around. We're going to have a lot of more interesting music and lots of geeking out.
Hell yeah. It's my pleasure, Alberto. Thanks for having me, bro.
Anytime. Hope you come back.
Will do.
What's going on with you and Genevieve, Tom?
Hey, guys. We're just hanging out here. I think she's going to participate a little bit, but she's mostly on the iPad. I think next we had Claire, right? Dalterick coming up, right?
How's it going, Claire? Glad you could make it on the stream.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I didn't even know I was going next. Oh, God. Hi, everyone. Nice to see y'all. Thanks so much, Alberto, for having me. This is cool.
Oh, I'm glad you could make it. And it's always awesome to see one of your performances. So let me just unpin this because this is going a little crazy for everybody.
That stream is awesome. Can we leave that as it is? Like, that was great. I feel like I'm actually at South by Southwest now.
Let me remove spotlight there. Sorry, there's way too many people on there and way too many screens and way too many keyboards. Thanks for everybody for not throwing tomatoes and stones at me for that. So yeah, let's transition over to Claire's.
Don't say I didn't warn you when I cautioned you way back when. Don't pray the pain will pass through when the nausea kicks in. Then bleeding from the outside in, reeling from the louder wind, wheeling into each other's arms. I'm closing in on the sharks. Keep on falling down, I'm broken. Baby, know your smile's gonna slip me again. Then I'm figuring out a lifeline. Baby, all my heart's gonna shatter in glass. Keep on falling down, I'm broken. Baby, know your smile's gonna slip me again. Then I'm figuring out a lifeline. Baby, all my heart's gonna shatter in glass. Oh yeah. Don't sigh for when you marked me, when I tell you we've never met. Don't cry for when the bone breaks, when the sticks and stones fly your head. Cutting edges hurt your head. Can't run, legs are red and my intent. We look into each other's arms. I'm closing in on the sharks. Beyond the glass heart, could break your bones and words could hit you hard. Darkness grows and pulls you close when daylight seems too far. Where's the strength to find? It's hiding deep within my mind. There's a voice that's singing in my memory. The spirit's calling me, the angels watching me. Spread your wings and make the dream reality. Be what you're meant to be, you're meant to be. You are your destiny. Hail and haze will make you fall and smoke gets in your eyes. Count the days with hearts gone cold when no one feels inside. Set the flame alight, it's blinding deep within my night. There's a voice that's singing in my memory. The spirit's calling me, the angels watching me. Spread your wings and make the dream reality. Be what you're meant to be, meant to be. You are your destiny. Your destiny. Your destiny. You are your destiny. There's a voice that's singing in my memory. The spirit's calling, the angels watching me. Spread your wings and make the dream reality. Be what you're meant to be, meant to be. You are your destiny. Destiny. You are your destiny.
Wow, great job, Claire.
That was awesome, Claire.
Thank you.
How do you always? I mean, I'm sure you put a lot of work into it, but it feels like those live performance videos come so easy to you, and I'm always in awe of your content and all of your performances because they're just so consistent, and the energy is like amazing and it's fun, and I don't even know if that was a question or more just a compliment.
Thanks so much, Alberto. No, I really appreciate it, Alberto. I think I was actually just talking to not talking, but thanks for everyone in the chat. It was super cool to like say hi. I was just responding to, I think Richard said something about how it looks like I'm having a blast. I truly am. Like, I think I may have shared this before with a few of the folks here, but I got into live electronic performance before I even did anything related to production. That was actually the thing that brought me in, first of all. So like back in the day, I think even before I started doing electronics, I used to be like a bit of a purist. because I'm a classically trained like piano and flute player. So I was like, "Ugh, electronic music, what's that?" But then I saw this duo called Disclosure perform live in a live electronic. Yeah, I see Michael with the thumbs up. Yeah. Disclosure, and they changed my life. I think it also helped like that their music is, you know, really awesome in a live sort of setting. Yeah, I just saw Aaron. It's like, yeah. So I got really inspired by them, and then I got into like electronic music in general because of them. So thanks, Disclosure. I don't know if they're watching, but thanks.
They're watching.
Oh, totally, they're watching. But yeah, also like this is weird. I don't often like get to talk so much about like headset mics with people. But yeah, that Shure headset mic thing. I bought that off like eBay years ago or something, and it's like not in production anymore. So I think now they have like an updated version. But yeah, it's called like the PG31, the headset attachment. It works great. It's cool also because in some of my performances I play the flute as well, and it also picks up the flute. So I don't need like a separate flute mic. I just like have it hanging out there, and it's just like there's the flute. And then
It's not wireless though. It does have a wire that comes off the back, or
it is wired, Tom. Yeah, it's great. Okay. So it's like a pack like that. So the pack you can't really see in the video, but it was like in my back pocket. And usually the way that I use it is I just like run around stage in real life. And it's all wireless stuff.
Wow, so, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool for $40. You can't beat that.
Totally. Yeah. I will say though that I think the $40 is just the mic itself. So I think the pack itself is like probably a little bit more expensive too. But yeah, for like the $40 stuff, it does its job. So I can't complain.
Nice.
What's your approach, Claire, when planning a live performance set or preparing a live performance set in live?
Yeah, that's a great question, Alberto. It really kind of depends. Like in this context, I was performing songs that I had already written in full. So it was a little bit of like a process of like figuring out which songs that I wanted to play that in this case were under like 15 minutes in total, and then just putting it back together. But I did this talk at another summit I presented at recently called like the She Knows Tech Summit, where I do this thing is if I am performing a song that's already been produced and written, then I'll go ahead and do this like mental analysis of like in every single part of the song, what is the most like exciting part that I could possibly do live without like stressing myself out too much. So that's the approach that I take with like pre-made songs. But if I'm ever in a situation like Charles, where I'm and his amazing performance just now, that was awesome. I don't know if he's still on the call, but that was great. If I'm ever in that situation, then it's a little bit more improvisatory and a little bit more of like, hey, what would be fun to do? And Live 11 has like lots of really great new stuff with that, like the cool NPE stuff and like the probability and chance stuff. So that's been very fun as well.
I love that mindset of leaving the most exciting thing for the thing you get to do. And that probably fuels your fun.
Yeah, totally. It does. And I think it also makes me like the most stressed out, but it's good, right? I mean, like, I feel for me personally, at least, maybe this is a little bit like sadistic in a way, but I feel like if I'm not stressed out, then it's not going to be a good performance. Like if I'm just chilling out, then I feel like it would be obvious to the audience that I'm just like hanging out there. So I like a little bit of danger, like a little bit of risk and craziness.
Well, it's that performative element, right? The risk. There needs to be a little bit of potential for things to either go wrong intentionally or unintentionally. And as an audience member, there's nothing like it.
Yeah, totally. And I think like that's, to be honest, I think that's the main gripe that I have with like all of the virtual stuff that's been happening. It's like we don't get to be in the same room as the artist for like when something bad happens. Not to say that like I only go to live shows because I want something bad to happen. That sounds like really terrible. But no, I think it's like there's something magical about just only being there in the moment, that now even like, you know, with recordings and virtual stuff, like we don't necessarily get that sense of temporalness, like temporary stuff, because in a way everything's recorded. Like even this meeting is recorded too, right? So it's like you can watch it a bunch of times. But yeah, I think totally, Alberto, it's that like risk and in the moment thing that is really like attractive for me.
Yeah. That's awesome. I don't know if anybody else has any questions for Claire. You did a really awesome walkthrough of your vocal chain for the Austin Ableton User Group last year. So yeah, and thanks for coming back and doing this performance. It was great
thank
seeing
you.
those principles in action. For anybody that got to see that, this is the result. This is what you get to do when you create awesome vocal chains ahead of time.
Yeah, totally. Thanks, Alberto, for having me for both of these things, that and this one. But yeah, it's the same vocal chain that I did in the video. So it's the exact same thing.
Hey, great. Full circle. Well, I hope you stick around and are part of the conversation. I don't know if you heard, day drinking is part of South by Southwest. It's not required, but hey. Up next, I wanted to connect with Rasmus. I don't know if Rasmus can hear us. He's all the way over in Denmark, so I have no idea what time it is over there.
What's up?
Hey, Raz.
Yo, good to see you.
Hey, man, your audio's a little low.
Okay.
Oh, there you go. Much better.
That's better. That's better.
All right. Hey, awesome performances and cool that you're putting this up. It's evening here and I'm in the studio with my girlfriend. We just put our kid down. I just had a kid. That's why everything looks so not kind of messy. But the oh shit, I lost the sound.
Oh, we can
Oh
hear
no,
you.
Choppy,
You can
you're
hear
there.
us.
You're
There
there.
we go. No, we're just all like hooked in silence, listening to your every word. You're connecting to from Copenhagen, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Dude, so good to see you. It's been so long. It's probably since Loop LA.
I know, too long, man.
Too long. You prepared an awesome video for us. Is there anything you want to set up before we cut to it?
Man, I haven't been making music for a long time since, being a dad and all that. So
Oh
it
yeah,
was
congratulations, man.
thank you. It was so nice to just be able to close the door, set up my full live setup, and just jam out for a while. So it was, it was a nice and deep session. So I really look forward to sharing with you, and it's so cool to see you other guys and gals' performance.
Well, I hope you made Max watch, or at least make him watch this stream later, so he can see what Daddy was up to when he was taking a nap.
Yeah. If we suddenly run off, like that's because he's calling us.
Hey man, duty calls. That's the beauty of pre-records. So without further ado, let's check out Rasmus' video.
All right, South by Southwest. My name is KJÆRBO, representing the electronic music school RUMKRAFT. This is my live set, just built to do improvised electronic music, and I'm happy to take you on a tour.
Boom. That was beautiful, Rasmus. Great job.
Yeah.
I wonder.
Let's open it up for questions from others really quick. I have some things I want to
Thanks.
ask, but let's see if anyone else has Q&A for Rasmus. Definitely get some extra points for incorporating Unreal and Touch Designer, for me at least.
Thanks.
Yeah, man, that was a very
Thank you.
efficient setup. And something I've always liked and admired about you is that you go very deep as an artist and you go very deep in your role as an educator. And I think you did an awesome job of combining that, even the way you shared all of your projects in this one video in a very artful way. It incorporated, you know, your work, and I'm assuming the graphics were homegrown.
Yes, they're from my friend Mess, who he did this live for a DJ set a couple of weeks back on a radio show, and I thought I might just reuse it because it was so cool what he made, and just I'm not that good with video editing, so it's just layers upon layers, but it looks awesome. So
Yeah, I think we would all benefit if you talked a little bit about your setup and how you programmed Lemur to work and control your set a little bit for those of us that aren't that familiar with that process.
yeah, absolutely. So I loaded up another. I'm on here with 2 users, and the other one has a camera where I have the lemur set up. I don't know if you can change over to that.
Yep, let me look for that.
Yeah. So yeah, thanks for watching, and here's Lemur. It's an iPad app, and it's 20 or 30 bucks. It's really cheap if you think about what you get, and it's a modular interface. So this is one page, which is my synth machine, and I can change pages up here on top. So I have one to control the granulator, which was what we were listening to the mostly here. It's just a one recording of one note from my friend Oscar's piano, and then through granulator. And here you can change the file position, grain size, spray, all of this stuff. And you just add in that, hey, I want a fader. You get a fader, you set the size and the color, and you could give it a name, and you give it a MIDI address. You're like, okay, you're CC35. And then you go into live and you just MIDI map like any other thing. And it can also send OSC. And you can do some really awesome stuff. I had to do a DJ set and my controller broke down, so I just made a DJ controller on this one and kind of had to hack my way through it. You can have clean dub delay because it's the best thing in the world, or very convoluted full control over my looper in Ableton. I use this a lot. So it's here, and this one has a little Max for Live device which will tell me what my looper is doing. So there's one here called state, and it just sends over MIDI. It sends the state of the looper. Are you playing, overdubbing, or like wagwan? And this really allowed me to do all the timbral changes and control all the more nitty-gritty details of live, which Push won't let me do. Like, it's super good for sequencing drums, playing melodies, launching clips and all that. And all the things that you're not able to do on Push while you're playing, like changing the characters of the synth, I can do that on Lemur. So that's the three parts. Like, add in notes and control the notes, change timbre and effects on this one. And over here is my mixer, 8 channels, dub mixer. That's it.
Very cool. And some of you that know Rasmus know about his project with the Copenhagen Laptop Orchestra. Can you talk a little bit about that and your role in the orchestra?
Yeah, well, the orchestra is kind of on a break because everyone moved around and got kids and all of that, so we haven't jammed for a long time. And this setup was actually made because I had to move away from my orchestra, and I had to be able to play improvised electronic music on my own. And this kind of started as me missing my friends and being able to jam with my friends. But it's a 4-piece kind of jazz-inspired orchestra playing improvised electronic music, all with Max and a little bit of Ableton Live as well.
Well, man, I hope you got a little bit of that feeling back of being around friends by joining us today, and a little bit of that feeling of sharing your music, which was awesome. And I can't think of a better room to appreciate what you were doing than the fellow nerds that are here.
Yeah, thanks. It's so nice to talk about all this stuff with you guys, and I look forward to see the rest of the performances.
Absolutely, man. I hope you can hang out. Is there anything you want to mention that you're working on or want to share with people?
Yeah, we're releasing gradually a full album with Sony Music, which was this little picture of Spotify. And most of the tunes we're making, it's a duo, so it's a vocalist and me. And most of the tunes originate in this set where we sit and jam for an hour or so, and then we just scissor out the best parts and we refine those. So if you like this stuff, you can check it out. Also, I'm sad the captions weren't on the video, but some of the devices that I'm using here are really well crafted for live performance. So if you want like a one-knob DJ style filter, you can get it for free. The links were also for the Gumroad. And yeah, if you want to talk about Lemur or anything, just hit me up.
Excellent. You can find Rasmus on the Ableton Certified Trainer page too if you want to reach out to him.
Boom.
All
and
right,
thanks for
Tom.
doing this, Jacques, and having me and everyone involved. Awesome.
Always, man. Hope to have you here in real life and the whole family.
Yes. Yeah.
All right, Tom, how are things over on your end?
Good. Things are good here. I'm just looking at the comments and stuff, trying to stay on top of it. We got 31 people in the stream, so that's awesome.
Yeah, and I want to thank you again, man, because I could not do this on my own. We're witnessing professional multitaskers like Claire and Rasmus doing multiple things at once, and I'm struggling with graphics and chats and restreams. But thanks for everybody for being so cool and hanging out with us today. Tom, who do we have next?
I think we have next Danielle, Desa. You there?
Yeah, Danielle.
Hey there, I'm here.
Hey. So tell us about your set we're about to watch.
I'm going to be performing 3 original songs and 1 cover. I'll be playing guitar, utilizing Push 2, the Sensal Morph, and a launch pad. Also the Genki instrument ring, which is this MIDI controller ring that I do some vocal processing with.
A MIDI controller ring. Okay, that's awesome.
It's pretty badass, if you ask me.
Yeah.
Awesome. All right,
Let's see all that in action.
Yes, please.
Since we met, let it die. Just told me this is over.
the first woman that God made was able to turn this here world upside down all by herself, then these women here today with our brothers will be able to turn it right side up again. So we shall march, we shall sing, we shall resist, and we shall overcome.
Power to the women, power to the people. All together. I don't like the way you're looking at me. I don't need an apology. I don't like the way you're looking at me. I don't like the way you watch me like a TV. I don't know you. But even if I did, where'd you get your manners from? Even if I did, where'd you get your manners from? Hey. Even if I did, where'd you get your manners from? Even if I did, where'd you get your manners from? Take the hit and turn around. Put yourself in a timeout. Take the hit and turn around. Time is up, your grandma style, and I don't know you. But even if that, where'd you get your manners from? Even if I, where'd you get your manners, manners? Even if I did, where'd you get your manners from? Even if I did, where'd you get your manners from? I don't know you. Where'd you get your manners from? I don't know you. Even if I did, where'd you get your manners from? Time is up.
Yeah, that was
Wow.
awesome, Danielle.
Thank you, thank you.
And I'm curious, is the Rafa that's in the chat or in the Zoom here your drummer?
He is my studio drummer, yes.
Hey, awesome. Dude, great job. I
Yeah.
think you got a lot of props there from other people. And I
Yes, thank
think,
you very much.
was Zoe the person that helped you with the video also here?
Yes, Sozo directed it and did the art direction behind it. So she is the person who had the idea behind the visuals on the side. Both of our boyfriends were on the side of these platforms with the flashlight making our dreams come true.
Wow. Well, I know you to be a true ninja in every sense of the word, and it just does not surprise me that you like surround yourself with this clan of ninjas that make stuff happen. Such
Yeah,
a good job
Zozo's,
to everybody involved.
yes, she's the girl I call. She makes it happen. It was a real dream team.
Yeah.
You look like you were having a lot of fun, actually, doing that. That
It
was
is
awesome.
fun. I mean, I haven't played a show, but last year, and it was also a virtual stream, and it's so much more powerful when you have that audience, but you can still get it with just your in-ears, just a good song. And sorry, it's so windy, but yeah, you can make it work for yourself if it's good music, right?
Yeah. What's your approach to like setting up a live performance set in live?
Well, I try to figure out first what needs to obviously be played, like guitar parts, vocal parts, and then I kind of figure out what I want to play. What's the most fun, like in that Say It Right track, I play guitar throughout it, but then I do that filter cutoff because that just sounded to be the most fun. And when I do that, even in a live situation, you really see the crowd like, whoa, like, and it's just, auto filter, just closing it off. And I try to figure out those parts about it that you can really just gesture, because I think with electronic music it's really hard to showcase what you're trying to gesture. Sometimes I'll be doing things and it's not very obvious, you know. Sometimes I have that ring and the reverb just doesn't go all the way I want it, and the delay is not as, you know, feedbacked as I need it to be. So I like incorporating more bits of technology to kind of help me execute those parts that are kind of hard to tell what you're doing.
Yeah, I think an added layer of complexity, or maybe it's just in the moment, is that it is a very physical performance in the sense of using controllers in that way, but you're also enjoying the music and dancing, and there's like a little bit of choreography there at times. So that's really cool.
I wouldn't call it choreography, but I appreciate it.
Technically, I mean, it's the technical term.
It's a groove, you know. I think that if I'm not dancing to it, who's going to, right?
Exactly. Yeah, lead by example.
Totally.
So what have you got going on right now? Are you, is there anything you want to share with folks? Last time I saw you, you were in Austin, and you were on tour with Imogen Heap, right?
Yes. Yeah. That was the good old days, right, when we were performing live.
2 years ago, yeah, and which is like, again, I know you to be a true ninja, and that was like a show of ninjas, and you were the ninja they brought on to ninja their set. So I praise.
It was a real honor to be her Ableton tech. Yeah, I mean, I got the one ring, but she's got, you know, ring on ring on ring on ring, you know, with those crazy gloves that she's got. So it was a real challenge, but I learned a lot. In any case, what I'm working on nowadays is finishing this album that has taken me way too long to finish. But I feel like I'm just maybe 90% there.
Trust me, if anybody understands that feeling, it's the people in this Zoom. So this is a support group.
Yeah. I saw a question about how like the rings to the Mimu gloves, which are what Imogen created. I think after working with her, I was like, I can't do the Mimu gloves, even though they're so sick and they are so much more complex than that ring. The ring's all I really need. Even if I got the gloves, I would just need one because I'm, you know, playing guitar most of the time. So it'd be a little too much. But I like how manageable the Genki Instruments ring is. You know, just turning it on and off. I have a couple presets. I didn't perform every song that I usually do with that Genki ring, but there's a lot there. And it also integrates with your rack really nicely. So that's a plus.
Cool. Well, thanks for walking us through that. That was definitely a treat to watch and to learn about.
Thanks so much for having me, Alberto, Tom. I really appreciate it. It was a real honor.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, Tom, who do we have up next?
I think next we have Adam, who used to live in Austin, but he ended up moving away from us. But his band is Flatliner. So Adam, you want to talk us through what you're about to show us here? Oh, he's got a visitor.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey, Adam.
My kids want to watch too, so you'll hear some of them in the background, I'm sure.
The more the merrier.
Yeah, so Flatliner is it's a duo, but I moved to Montana, so the challenge here, I was like, all right, well, let me try to do a little solo set. So got good old Ableton Live to do some heavy lifting, and set up sort of a hybrid studio thing where I've got a lot of hardware synths going to live. I'm using it mostly for backing tracks and looping. And then I also wanted to jam out on the Stencil Morph a little bit. And so part of the fun for this was just doing some sound design for the Morph, some MPE stuff. And it's been pretty great, like for more than anything, kind of transitions and sweeps and things like that. I mean, it's a lot of fun. So yeah, you'll see what I came up with. It's 3 brand new tracks.
Very cool. So let's cut to Flatliner. Enjoy, everybody. Yeah, good job, Adam. That was awesome, man. I'm glad the Fangsrud Brood was there to support you.
Yeah, I love the vocoder, man. That was really cool.
Yeah, I think we lost audio on you, Adam. Cool, but yeah, we'll keep them at bay while you figure that out. It was an awesome performance. Adam, I got to see him perform. I think it was with Flatliner at a night school event here in Austin, which was a really cool series of events that would happen here with electronic music. And he's definitely a hardware guy who would show up. There you go. Hey, Adam.
Sorry. I have small children under my desk, and all kinds of crazy things can happen.
But man, tell us a little bit about your approach, because you're definitely using a lot of external instruments and hardware, but it still seems like you've got this fluidity to move around and be really improvisational.
Yeah, I like to be able to improvise a little bit. It's usually like people have said before, kind of identifying what's actually interesting to watch, you know, what's fun to perform. And so I strip it down that way. One weird thing about this process is that these 3 songs were totally in their kind of genesis stages, like they hadn't been arranged at all. So when I decided to do this, the arrangement totally came out purely through performance, which was totally different than how I've ever really worked before, but it's actually pretty great. I kind of want to do it more. It's because you solve a lot of problems in the act of performing, you know?
What's your experience with the Morph? I know you got it, like, was it last month?
Yeah, about a month ago for sure, and it's been pretty great. It's sort of a fun sound design challenge and a different way of thinking. And yeah, pretty happy with some of the stuff I've come up with, and I could even share some of my presets in the chat if y'all want to mess around with them. Any of you
Absolutely.
MPE controller having people?
Yeah, absolutely, man. That's always
Cool.
welcome.
Yeah,
I think Claire likes that idea. Yeah, and it should be said for a lot of us watching, like, and this is just something that makes me really happy. All of the past presenters, Claire and Rasmus and Danielle and Adam are Ableton certified trainers, and I don't know if everybody knew each other or were aware of that, but it just makes me happy when certified trainers are in a room together and get to see each other. And it's really cool, I think, for our community to see people at y'all's level like really attacking performance and seeing it done in a fun way, because you were obviously having a lot of fun, Adam, and really got lost in the moment, and I think that's the payoff, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. It's been a while, like other people have said, like it's been about a year since I performed live, so it was pretty cool to just kind of groove out a little bit.
That's awesome. I did
Cathartic.
not realize that a lot of you, the performers, had not presented in a while or performed in a while. It's really cool that this is the first time you all are coming back.
Yeah. Oh,
You got to get some oil in the hinges, you know?
exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, there was a very interesting conversation about squishiness going on
Yeah.
in the chat.
To squish or not to squish. Yeah, some of the MPE stuff is a little too Cronenbergian for me, you know. I get this kind of visceral body horror vibe. But hey, if that's your thing, I'm not judging.
Cronenbergian controllers. That's a new level. Like, you need to write an article for some magazine about that.
I think you're right.
Adam, it's awesome to be hanging out with you. You moved away from Austin a few years ago, but you're definitely still part of the community, and it's awesome to like still have you involved with the user group. And I know you're teaching at DAIZA, which is an Austin school too.
Yeah. Yeah, that's been going great. I actually do have another class coming up, so if anybody wants to take more of an introductory Ableton class, that's the one that's going to be offered next quarter. So check out datageek.com if you want to see what's up there.
It's pretty cool. And you're teaching a generative music composition class this year, which I think is fascinating. And I learned about you, I didn't know this, that you have done a lot of research into generative music.
Yeah, it was the basis for my master's thesis, and it's cool to finally teach a class just on that. And so yeah, this has been the first time I've done it. So it's been cool just developing the curriculum, especially with Live 11. Like Live 11 came out 2 weeks into the course, and it gave a bunch more tools for generative, which is awesome.
Yeah. So if any of that interests our viewers, you can find Adam on the Ableton Certified Trainer website, same as almost everybody else that you're going to see. He's a great teacher. I can attest to that. And he's really passionate about music and hardware. So what do you got going on behind you there, Adam? Who are those two?
My two little rugrats here, Alden and Owen, are just going nuts behind me, but I'm used to it.
But we're not talking.
But they're not talking.
Okay. Well, thanks a lot for connecting, Adam. I'll let you handle that. Hope you can stick around.
Yeah, for sure.
Cheers, Adam.
All right, see ya.
Okay, next up we have Richard Hall, who's been in the user group a number of times. I've seen Richard, and I think you also teach San Antonio, or is it San Marcos?
San Marcos, Texas State.
Okay, cool.
Mhm.
Cool. All right, well, set us up for what we're about to see.
Well, first, hey, let me say something. I really dig all the diverse musical styles that we've heard. I mean, we're all kind of using the same software. We all kind of have the same toys, the morph and the push, but everything's been so different. So I've really kind of dug that. So I submitted a couple videos. I'm not sure if you're going to show them both or not, but I'm really big on looping live instruments. I often loop myself. I do a lot of accompanying for modern dance groups. And I also loop a lot of live instruments as well. I mean, I'm kind of the weird professor that when the cello professor or the flute professor wants to do something electronic, then they get me and I loop them and all that. So I did some videos of me kind of looping myself, just some stuff kind of on the fly. Hope you enjoy it.
Yeah, and we will get to watch both of them. So
Okay.
enjoy, everybody. Great job, Richard. Are you still with us?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Hey, there you are. Hey, man, great job. Tell us a little bit about your approach to this performance.
Do I have some echo going? Let's see. I mean, I just kind of did a couple of setups, and none of this was predetermined or anything. I just kind of did some setups and just did some stuff. But I tell a lot of my students, it's kind of like on an instrument. Like if you're playing flute or saxophone or trumpet, there are sweet spots. And I feel like there's sweet spots in the software. So there are certain things I cater to. Like I love the beat repeat. A couple of people said that. I think it's like I use that all the time. And now I've started using the oscillator to randomize. I love that. I love doing that, randomizing the pitch and the links and all that kind of stuff, and long reverbs. So that was kind of it.
Somebody's asking if you've tried the buffer shuffler.
I haven't tried that yet. No, I need to.
Yeah, that's from Rasmus. I don't know if Rasmus, if you want to elaborate on that. I know that's a Max for Live device. It's really good for creating textures. So if you
oh yeah, I'll have to check that out. That's good. I'm open to all kinds of things like that. So there you hit.
Yeah, I use a lot of beat repeat in my performance too.
Mm-hmm.
Have you checked out hybrid reverb?
Oh yeah, that's great as well. Yeah.
I was gonna say you'd probably really be all over that. I noticed that you were using regular reverb, and I was like, why would you use regular reverb now? But yeah.
Oh yeah, I just kind of threw it together and
yeah.
I probably shouldn't say this on the chat, but we're all here. I'll open up. I did the guitar one, and then my son and I went camping. I came back and I did all of that, but I didn't record the sound. And I was like, oh man, so I did another set. So the push video and the live screen you see is actually me kind of copying my video, trying to wing it. And then I thought, well, I'll do another flute. I'll do the flute one in case it doesn't work. So yeah, I just kind of threw in some of I like that long space chorus reverb. I just threw that in there. Yeah.
Yeah, that was great. It worked out.
Thanks for having me. Thanks for all the comments. It's great to see everybody and to meet everyone. And I'm writing everyone's websites down so I can check your stuff out.
That's a really good point, Richard, because I think in the spirit of South by, one of my favorite things was making friends and staying in touch and discovering people's work. And I really hope everybody develops that confidence here and just stalking somebody that they enjoyed watching and following up, because there's a lot of like-minded people in this group right now, and it's very exciting to have them all together. Do you have anything coming up that you want to share with folks, Ricky, or do you any performances or?
I'm always kind of working on stuff. I'm actually doing a film right now, and I use live for those. So I'm doing a screen dance film, and I'm writing a piece for the cello professor, and then I'll do being live, and I'm also writing something for the opera professor, and I'll be doing live. And I should show this. You kind of might dig this, but a lot of my stuff I actually notate. So I have a score right here if y'all want to see my craziness.
I remember you showing us that over beer one time we did a presentation at your college with Seraphin. Shout out to Seraphin.
Yeah. Seraphin. So anyway, I got some stuff coming up, and we all do how it is.
I have to dive in a little deep before letting you go. What is your approach to writing out your performance like that?
Like if I'm accompanying another instrument, a lot of the notation is kind of for me, so I kind of know what I'm doing, and I leave it very open. So if someone's using live, they can do it. If they're using, Fruity Loops, or I've had people play my stuff before using Cubase or something, I leave it very open. But there is a lot of looping because I loop people on live, and just use kind of a lot of crazy shapes and from scores like of these weird guys like John Cage and Stockhausen and all that. I just kind of use some of that stuff.
Well, as for somebody that can't read notation, your version seemed a lot easier to interpret to a layperson because it's almost like you found really nice graphical examples of what you wanted the sounds to do.
And I leave it very open, so it's kind of like there's a curve. It doesn't mean, okay, it's a granular synth, granular delay pitch. It's kind of like, do something that kind of does this. So they all sound different every time, which I'm very fine with, you know.
Mm.
Yeah.
Well, again, Ricky, thanks for your time.
Thank you, man. Thanks.
Yeah, I hope you can hang out. We've got some more music for everybody. Tom, how's it going?
Good. It's going great. I think we have next, we have Michael Wall, and he goes by Wall of Sound. Is that right, Michael?
No, it's Sound for Movement.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got that all wrong.
No worries. It's good to be here.
I guess it's easy to see why somebody would leap to that conclusion, right, Michael?
Yeah, totally.
So tell us about where you're connecting from, Michael. I know you run the Ableton User Group in Salt Lake.
Yeah, so I'm in Utah right now, and it's so fun to see. I mean, I didn't know there were other dance musicians on this call. As soon as I started listening to Richard's sound, I was like, yeah, that's totally class. And Rasmus and I have met before at a loop, but I had no idea that he played class before. So it's kind of it's a fun connection. I was worried that my piece might be a little weird for this crew, and it was like, okay, other dance musicians, I'm okay.
Just weird enough.
Yeah.
Speaking of loop, I'll never forget. I met you because you were laughing at you just like had the perfect moment to laugh during a live speech about redundancy, about like when things go wrong in a live show and the presenter's microphone cut off, and it was just like the most in real time ironic moment that I was a part of, and I was laughing, and I heard somebody like 3 chairs down laughing. I was like, oh, I gotta go say hi to that guy.
And he gave me this pen. It's a loop push pen that stays on my desktop right here.
That's awesome, man. So we're really excited to have you. Is there, I know you've got some of your instruments behind you. Is there anything you want to set up before we share your video?
It's my first time using 2 cameras, so I've never tried this before. So I'm really proud of my one edit that's in this film. But I hope you enjoy it. It's just I was really happy to make something for this. So,
well, it turned out great. I'm happy to share it with everybody.
Cool.
Let's check it out. Such a great performance, Michael. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. How about that camera edit?
That was, man, that stole the show. You should definitely have more cameras in your performances.
Okay. I grabbed my wife's like old iPod and I was like, or iPhone. I was like, oh, I could do second camera shot here because I couldn't get behind the piano. And with the modular, where usually as I had rehearsal last night, but where the modular where it was, I just disappeared. So I was like, I got to do two cameras. So.
That was awesome. No, perfect. And if actually, before I forget, if people like, would like to get a single camera glimpse into some of these ideas, you share them on Instagram. And I love having you in my feed because it's really a window into the middle of one of these performances a lot of times, and it just makes me happy to see them.
Nice. Well, it was a fun challenge. So,
can you talk to us a little bit about? You probably have multiple approaches like everybody else, but I've always been interested in your work because you work with movement and you are doing a lot of improvised music creation that people are responding to in real time and moving their bodies, and you're probably being influenced by their movement. How does that translate into creating or setting up a live set?
Yeah, I mean, it's like, we were talking before, there are some folks that make music and sometimes there's dancers around. But playing for class is like a very specific type of musician. People who play for ballet class or modern dance class, it's like this shared community that's really small and niche. And so, but what's so cool about it is it's like going to the gym for composing because you're improvising. I mean, there were years when I was in New York that I played 5 classes a day, 7 days a week. So 10 hours of music, a day, just improvise. And so your muscle, the composition muscle is so strong. And but it's always in relationship with dance and performance and things. So doing these type of, what I'm finding myself now, like, I'm about to turn 44 and I've been playing for dance for about 25 years. It's been my whole life. And so now I'm like, where am I, like, maybe without dance, or like, where am I, like, right now without playing class, like just as an individual musician and you can see even in behind Richard's, you can see all these different instruments. It's kind of like what being a dance musician, it's very similar to working in live, because you're a multi-instrumentalist. So all the folks here are like playing, no one has one instrument, it's like, it feels like a real crew. Like it was a real easy switch into the Ableton community. So now it's like trying to, I've learned and used all these instruments for playing class and composing for dance for so long. Now it's like, as I'm going to do a solo thing or perform just without dancers, it's like, oh, okay, I have all these instruments. So I'm just going to use all of them instead of focusing on just one. So that was my approach to this one, was what was set up and just try to use all of them.
That was great. Really great payoff. And I think last time we saw each other, you were in Austin for South by 2019.
Yeah, I was doing a documentary on dance accompanist, and it just happened to be South by Southwest, and you and Seraphin and I think a couple other folks that were here.
Cole was here and Graham was here.
Yeah, really so cool. that was a fun kismet that happened. So
is that something that I've been curious? Is that something we can watch now? Has that been released?
The person hasn't finished it yet, But if you follow me on Instagram, you'll get more than enough dance content, and probably for all the composing I do for it.
It's good to hear that the 90% there applies to filmmakers as well.
Yeah, totally.
Well, Michael, thank you for being so generous with your time and sharing your music and your art with us. It was really inspiring.
Yeah, thank you for having me. It's really fun to share in this community. So.
Yeah, well, and we're going from one Michael to another. We've got Michael Hale with us. And
great job, everyone.
Thank you, Michael. He goes by Gift Culture. I wonder if he's still here with us. He was connected a little while ago.
Oh, there he is. To do Andy next. Okay.
I think Andy's next, unless you want me to do. I can go next. It's up to you.
Oh, my mistake. So I must have miscommunicated that. So
I thought you said Andy wanted to go next.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do Andy next, if you don't mind, Michael. My mistake.
Yep, no. Yep.
Jumping you ahead, Andy. Sorry, I got too many things going on.
All good.
Let me pin you and start cleaning up the screen. Thanks for connecting, Andy. Thanks for hanging out.
Yeah, of course. Thanks for having me.
Andy is a local Austin musician. I met him through a workshop I did. And are you still performing as Trouble in the Streets?
Yes. Yeah.
It's a great
still,
project. Can you tell us a little bit about it?
So yeah, it's transformed a little bit over the last year, but we're basically it's a band. It's either it's a full band with 3 of us, and it's me who does all the Ableton stuff. I've kind of transformed from being a bassist in that band where I used to play with a lot of effects pedals. I thought it was cool. I think it was it Diane that used the ring? Danielle? Yeah, who used the ring. I used to use the Hot Hand, which is the other company that makes one of those with a bass guitar and an envelope filter on that to get like dubstep style wobbles. And then just slowly started learning that I could just do so much more of that kind of stuff if I kind of got synthesizers and got Ableton. So it's kind of evolved into it's become this whole other beast now with all that stuff. And now our drummer quit the band during when the pandemic started, and it ended up me programming a whole bunch of drums. So now it's just me and my singer Nettie, who plays a little bit of keyboard and now sometimes a little bass guitar too. It's kind of funny. It's evolved like that. Now she's on the bass guitar. So I just did this video today. It's one of our songs. But I just did my parts, so she's not in it. She would normally be singing over it, but yeah, this is the first song that I went and like programmed all the drums for. I had always had like drum loops to like practice to when my drummer wasn't around, but like I didn't get in depth with them or like focus too much on like making them sound great or like having drum fills that fit the parts and stuff like that. So that was like my latest big project, is getting it up to speed so it could be like performance level drum loops.
Yeah, man, it sounded great. And I like your approach for the video. It felt like when I went over to your studio and you were showing me all the Ableton stuff you were doing, because it's apparent when you see Trouble in the Streets live that there's a lot going on, but I couldn't figure it out. And when you walked me through it, it was such a cool layer to then watch you guys perform again.
Oh, great.
Say, okay, I get what's going on. So I think people will get a treat in the way that you set this up.
Thank you. Yeah.
So without further ado, let's cut to that and we'll come back and chat a little bit more.
Sounds good. Thanks.
What is up, Austin Ableton Users Group? How are y'all doing out there right now? I'm Andy Leonard. I'm play with the band Trouble in the Streets, and I'm gonna do a little performance and a little rundown of what I got going on right here. So yeah, cool. Let's get started. So this is my Ableton setup here. I have the Prophet Rev 2. I have the Moog Sub 37, APC 40. Down here at my feet, I got the Nectar Pacer MIDI controller. And so the way I kind of run it is Prophet and Rev 2 are hardware synths, but I also have them running MIDI via USB to Ableton. And with that, I'm able to do all kinds of things. Like one, I can take control of some of the knobs and assign them to somewhere else. So, I got the filter for the Moog there. I also am able to run that in tandem with, so I run the audio from the Moog. You can see over here. And I process it with several things. EQs, I run some side chaining with the kick from my drums. I have a secondary filter, so I'm actually controlling the Moog filter and this second one here, because I don't know, I like it. I feel like it gives it a little more of a growl than just controlling the Moog one. So that's my reasoning for wanting to do that. Ghoulish overkill is my other reason. So close that up. So another thing I do while I run these through here is I'm able to, you can see, actually, let's open this up again. I have this instrument rack here. I have a couple different external instruments in this rack, and those are all controlling the Moog. And so if you look in here, so the one I'm using right now, and for most of my songs, is this one, and it just goes the first 2 octaves here, so it's all controlled on the Rev 2, but only up to the first 2 octaves. If I put it on the second one and layer them, I get the whole range. If I use this one, some of my songs are in D, and I like to be able to just get a couple extra notes out of my bass synth. So that's how that works. Then the Prophet is right here, and it runs all the way down to the bottom. But on some songs I don't want it to. Some songs I split them right down at the middle. Other songs I don't use either of them. Actually, there's a part of this song you'll get to see. I have this saved as a button here, but there's also clips here on this channel here that basically switches it. So that's all software synth. That's a massive patch that I have on my lead track there, track 1. So I push those again, and I'm back to that. So what I can do with the Nectar foot control here is I loop. I can scan through my scenes, and that's how my song's made. This song in particular goes from here down to there, and while I'm going through these sections, there's different automation saved. So like when I get to this section, it saves a loop that I've made previously and switches me over to the massive patch, so then I can play lead on top of the loop I already made, and not, when I play, it's not messing up anything that's already looped from the Prophet and the Moog. So that's something I'm able to do with the foot controller. So you can see these ones are mapped. This one here is assigned to like select which scene, and that drum loop will come on. That kind of thing. You get I can loop all sorts of things. So I do MIDI looping mostly. With the first button, I loop the Moog. Second button loops the Prophet and any other software synths that I'm using, or not any other, but any of the polyphonic ones for the most part. Loop all together with that. This one loops that lead, that massive patch I showed you. Then this one over here is cool. It will loop both the Prophet and the Moog as one clip together. And what I can do with that, and I'll show you on this song, is you can record over top of it, and because it's loop MIDI, it's not like two different audio files mashing into each other. It's just one. The keyboards take MIDI from both of them, and if you play something coherently on top of each other, they'll just, the Moog is monophonic, so it'll just jump to the next note. So the first loop will be kind of a big held out chord thing with a couple bass notes, and then the next one I loop on top of it. Those bass notes will hold, they'll stay there, and I can play something a little more intricate on top of that. Anytime I let go, it goes back to the first loop, and when I hit again, it's a new loop, or it's a new note on top of that first note. And so you can make some cool stuff that way that would probably be pretty hard to play just as one thing, It's kind of two ideas on top of each other. What else do I do? Oh, on this song, this is the other cool thing. Part of the reason I thought this would be a good song to show you. This is a cool... one of the things I like to do a lot is, other than the drums, and when we have a live drummer, then everything pretty much is, nothing's pre-recorded. But there's a lot of pre-recorded automation. So like you can see this is kind of the first part of the song. This is a big automated filter step like sequence, and you can kind of hear what it does here if I click on it. Yeah, it just loops that last part of it, and so it's cool because it's like there's nothing, it's not notes pre-recorded. I could play it different every time if I feel like it. Some parts I like to, other parts I don't, but it's like so it's like it's more about playing the keyboard with automated. I could use that effect and play a totally different song than the one I'm about to play. Yeah, so that's fun. So that's what I do there. So basically, yeah, that's most of it. I've got some other stuff over here. It gets a little complicated with these the dummy clips and some other cool side chaining effects going on, and then there's quite a bit of return tracks processing, especially for the drums. But yeah, this is pretty much what's going on here. So yeah, let's play the song through, and yeah, we'll have some fun. This song's called Mad Science, once again by Trouble in the Streets. that's how that song goes. Right on. Well, yeah. I just kind of gave you the brief rundown. There's kind of a lot of weird, complicated things that happen in my setup. So if anyone has questions, I think I'm going to be on the live stream too. So hit me or let me know and I'll try to answer them, or otherwise just like go to our YouTube page, Trouble in the Streets. I'm going to start making a lot more videos like this. So especially if you want to send in some like requests on what you want to know about, if it's like the dummy clips or like how to set up hardware synths and integrate them a little better into your setup, about the MIDI looping, all that stuff's really fun, and it's great. Like when you say it, it's great, but there's always a lot of weird troubleshooting. So yeah, if you need help like working through any of those kind of things, let me know, and I can hopefully point you in the right direction. Cool. All right, peace, y'all.
Good
Very
job.
nice. I can't wait to come see you at the Empire show you were talking about.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and everybody like check out their work. There's like a YouTube video where they do a Rage Against the Machine cover.
Yeah, we do.
Your vocalist Nettie is very, very talented, and it's a full show when you see the two of you together.
He's pretty amazing. Yeah, it's really fun to have her energy on stage. So yeah, that's a fun song. That was a fun song to do with all the Ableton stuff. Was able to use some like amp emulators. I basically, just some Ableton amp emulators on the Prophet and found a really growly tone and was able to, it's kind of a similar tone to the one I used in that last song. I was able to really kind of get the Tom Morello screaming guitar sound, which was a lot of fun to make.
I know there were some questions about which version of Live you were using, and I know that for stability reasons, a lot of people choose to stay on the version that they built the set in.
Right.
Was that your motivation? Because I know you've been working on this set for a really long time. It's been an evolution.
Yeah, that was kind of my reasoning. I had got Live, like I'd had like a version from somebody who like gave it to me a long time ago that I learned on, and then I finally like decided I had to just go ahead and buy it because I needed to upgrade a computer and lose that, and the band was starting to do way more shows, and I'm like, I just need a reliable version that's actually mine. So I finally bought it like a year before 10 came out, and then I was just like, oh man, I don't want to upgrade yet. I just spent so much time like with this, so yeah, it's just like, yeah, I always hear like horror stories of things not working right away. I know you can like get them working, but I always like, we're always working on something, and so I hate to like have to spend too much time with all the troubleshooting of figuring it all out, rather than just be making music,
If it ain't broke, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, if it's not broke, whatever. There are things like I do hear about some of the new features on.
Oh, you mean this setup?
Yeah,
this is
Bits and bobs.
So yeah, I do want to upgrade. Now 11's out, so I'm like, well, it's a good thing I didn't buy 10 already. I'll just skip that and go to that. So I'll probably wait until everyone says the glitches are out on 11 and switch to that. But yeah.
It's always a good feeling when you can like hold off and wait till the next upgrade. Like that's
right. Yeah.
You made it, man.
I know, exactly. I'm such a gearhead. It's always like, I always have this long list of the next piece of gear I want to get. And so it's always like this juggle of like, do I want this synthesizer, or I want to upgrade my interface, or am I going to get the next Ableton, or do I just should I get a new computer? My computer is also pretty old. I have like a 2013 MacBook Pro that I've done a couple upgrades on it to get some more life out of it. But I feel like, I probably want to get something new soon. So maybe around that time's when I'll upgrade.
If you're working with hardware too, sometimes those drivers are the limiting factor. So watch out. Like it might be better just to stay where you're at,
Yeah, sometimes that is exactly, the thing. So yeah, it definitely working with, when I switched to more hardware synths and moved away from using so many plug-in synths, that was definitely a lot of troubleshooting to get them really integrated into my set the way I wanted them to be. They sometimes don't get along with each other. Stuff, you know, the two synths, all kinds of weird things like just cross signals and stuff like that. Like I was having issues where if I turned the filter on one synth, it would change the pitch of the other synth. It's like, it was like, now I'm out of tune. Like all I did was try to do a little filter sweep and get out of tune all of a sudden. So I found all kinds of Max for Live makes these MIDI filters, which really helped me out. And you can filter certain messages from don't send everything but this. You can kind of pinpoint what the cross signal is and be like, cut that out. Stop telling the computer about that because it doesn't need to know. So those kind of things. Too much information being
said. You said you were controlling multiple instruments with the same MIDI track, I guess, and those CC messages were causing different things in different synths to happen. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's always fun.
Yeah. It's a weird little thing, even though they're on different channels, which was weird to me. But certain things.
Oh, that is weird.
Cross. Yeah. There's all kinds of fun stuff. The more you get into technology, the more confusing stuff gets sometimes. But when it all works great.
Yeah, that's why I love this hybrid of showing and telling, because a lot of people in a typical audience don't understand the amount of work or thought that goes into a set.
Right.
Once they do, it's this added layer.
Well, yeah, definitely. And even for people who know a lot about Ableton or other electronic music, I feel like I always like to think of Ableton as kind of this blank canvas, and there's so many different ways to use it. So you see somebody perform and it could be so much different than what you're doing on stage, and sometimes it's kind of hard to tell exactly what it is they're doing up there. And then a lot of people get it in their head that because they see a computer, the whole thing you're doing is just pre-recorded and you're just kind of pantomiming up there or something, which is also a thing that some people do. So it's like people get but then that takes a whole lot of work beforehand to do that kind of a set too. So yeah, it's cool to know everybody's setup so that you can kind of get inspiration that way and be like, oh, that's cool. I want to try that.
Well, thanks a lot, Andy. I really appreciate
Thanks
your generosity with everything you've shared.
For sure. Most definitely. And it was really cool. Everyone who played before me was great. So it was really cool to see. I wasn't really sure. I don't think I've really been a part of this group since we met at the South by last time. So I wasn't really sure exactly what I was getting into, but it was really, really awesome to see everybody perform here. There's some really talented people. So that was cool.
Well, come hang out more often.
Yeah, definitely. I want to. So yeah, let me know when the next one is. I'd love to be a part of it.
Will do. So thanks again, Andy. And we're going to move on to Michael Hale.
Cool. Right on.
Works as gift culture. Hey, Michael.
Hey, how are you? Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, we can hear you perfectly.
Perfect. Awesome.
Yeah, I'm really excited to share your performance. I checked it out when you submitted it. And can you talk a little bit about, or is there anything you want to say to set it up or talk about your process a little bit?
Sure. I've been making music under the moniker Gift Culture now for a while, probably 10 or 15 years, and had kind of gotten away from music just because of, raising a kid and doing some other stuff. And then probably about 3 or 4 years ago, I started getting into modular synthesis, and it was like suddenly I was home. like suddenly I found my instrument. And so I've been totally obsessed with modular synthesis ever since. I like to say that it's like meandering through an infinitely vast parameter space, and sometimes beautiful parameter space, looking for the perfect little gems of sound, right? It's interesting because in Eurorack modular synthesis, sound coming out of your speakers, is basically voltage. And, then the control signals that also go into controlling the modules to make them do things is also voltage. It all exists on a continuum from a static value to very slow moving low frequency oscillators to control signals and envelopes to suddenly audio. And because it's the same voltage or electricity from static to sound, you can literally plug anything into anything. And so you can really explore these vast spaces of kind of sonic potential. And so just purely from a sound design standpoint, it's very easy to make very otherworldly sounds. But the challenge that I love with modular synthesis is it's almost like a Zen thing. It's almost like an audio sound mandala. Like you can patch something up on your synthesizer, but it only really exists for that moment. And if you wanted to do something else, you have to unpatch it. So it's like sweeping the sand away and starting all over again. So I used to live completely in the box and make music completely on the laptop. And you know, you get to this point where you have kind of kind of decision paralysis where you can literally tweak anything, and you have too many choices, and it's easy to not commit to anything. And so being in a situation where you're trying to make music on the modular synthesizer and you have a set amount of connections that you can use, and eventually, like if you wanted to do something else, like you have to unpatch it. So being able to embrace the impermanence of it is really sort of freeing in a way. And I especially enjoy the challenge of kind of corralling these voltages and control signals into music, you know, into making, you know, when people see this as an instrument, they just see knobs and buttons and cables and you know, it's not like seeing a guitar or a piano or something. And so the challenge of writing music on a device like this that's actually structured and emotional and has, you know, sort of impact is something that I really quite enjoy. The thing is too is that there's a lot of room for kind of serendipitous accidents with this particular art form. I posted a link to my rack so you can see it. You can see kind of in the lower left corner, the vector sequencer is something that I use. And that thing can be completely deterministic. Like you can dial in exact notes that you want, all the way to completely stochastic and generative. And so it's possible with this thing to have multiple sequences and then subsequences that are modulating what you're doing. And each of the subsequences can be clocked at different rates or looping at different points. And you can be modulating, you know, start point, end point, loop point. You can do probabilistic jumps so that the notes are probabilistically transposing or the sequences are jumping around, and all of that you can assign to values with kind of probabilistic chances, and you can actually control that with voltages. So you can have a sequence that's completely just as you wrote it, and as soon as you start turning that knob, it starts mutating and mutating and mutating and changing. And so it gives you a chance to, you know, you think about like John Cage and you think about like his chance compositions where he's casting the I Ching or he's flipping a coin to make, or rolling dice to make kind of random decisions on what's going on. And you can kind of do that electronically with some of these things. And so this thing up in the upper right corner, this thing called the Symphonian, is kind of the newest thing. Most of the time when people are doing music on modular, it's monophonic, or you'll have multiple monophonic lines that can harmonize with each other, but you don't really get polyphony. You don't get harmonies and chords and key changes and things like that. And so this Symphonian thing up in the upper right corner allows you to do all of that. It's basically a quantizer. You can feed it any voltage and it will constrain that to certain notes that are in the key. But it works backwards from a normal quantizer, where instead of picking the notes you want and then everything's derived from that, for this thing, you pick the chords you want. And so like if you think about like a C major chord, right? If you go up the intervals of the scale, you have C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C, and it loops around. So you can derive a C major scale from a C major chord. Well, the Symphonian will do that with any chord you feed it. Like so you can program chord progressions into this thing, and it will derive all of the possible scale note values from that. And you can put those in sequence and basically orbit around this tonal space. And while this thing is orbiting around these chord changes and key changes, you can suddenly feed it notes and it will quantize it and constrain it all. So you have the ability to improvise in these sort of tonal spaces and have it all kind of just come out and work out, you know, just fine.
Wow. So
I
guess without further ado, let's show folks the result of all this technology and share your video.
Cool, thanks. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll be back with you with some questions for sure.
Yeah, sounds good.
Awesome, Michael.
Awesome. Thank you. Thanks for listening.
Yeah, those are some very, very lush, very beautiful, deep sounds.
Thanks. Yeah, those Plonk modules are really amazing for that. And I mean, the one outboard thing that I'm using for reverb is the Strymon Big Sky, which of course is great. It's got a granular reverb that is super lush, especially if you put just a little bit of modulation on it. So it's good fun.
Well, where can people reach you in case they want to pick your brain about building a modular rig, aka me?
Oh man, please, giftculture@gmail.com, gift culture, one word. And man, obviously, as you could probably tell, I
can tell you're very passionate about it and very knowledgeable, and it seems like you found something that you resonate with as an artist, which is the most important thing. Yeah, I think we lost your audio. Yeah. It wouldn't be a Ableton User Group without There we go.
Yeah, sorry, I've opened up my AirPods case and it's flipped the audio to it. Sorry about that.
It happens all the time, man. I was just saying, I can tell that you found your instrument. You feel very like flexible, and it feels like you've made it your own.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's the Vector really opened that up for me, because being able to have parts and being able to trigger scenes like you can in Ableton really frees you from kind of having to be, you don't have to be linear. You can hang out in a part for a while and really tweak things out live. It really kind of opened it up as a live performance instrument. And that's one of the reasons unless I'm going to be gigging with a laptop, I kind of want to keep everything in the module, because I want to be able to perform live everything that I record, right? So it's going to be interesting to integrate the laptop with that in Ableton and figure out how to do that in a live context and have it still kind of work,
Yeah, well, we're looking forward to that, and I'm excited. I'm realizing like everybody doing this is so much further ahead of the curve than people that are waiting for things to open up. And like I can already tell everybody that's been on the stream, as soon as performances happen, I know you guys are hitting the stage, and that's really inspiring.
Yeah, we're ready.
So, Michael, thanks for your time. Thanks for connecting today. It was really, really cool learning about you and your music.
Appreciate that. Thanks a lot for having me.
Yeah, up next, Tom.
Okay, so next we have Fausto, who is the user group organizer in Houston for Ableton User Group, and he's got a partner in crime, Wolf James, who's also on the Zoom.
Hey, what's up, Erv?
Hello.
I think Fausto's not on the Zoom yet, because I think he was busy today. But I'm really glad that Erv got to connect. We've got a Houston element. It couldn't have been a South by Southwest without having Houston represented.
Yes, I agree with that. Ironically, I was actually born in Austin and raised in Houston, so even closer of a connection to South by Southwest.
Nice, man. What can you tell us about the music you and Fausto are trying to make together or doing together?
It's really just a merge of everything. Inspired personally from a wide range of music, from artists such as Travis Scott all the way to Thundercats to Kendrick Lamar, even to The Weeknd. So it's really very broad spectrum, usually all towards one genre, but I'll dip into occasional other genres too. Started doing music when I was, I want to say like 16, 17. I'm 20 now. I took a little hiatus from it to focus on school, and I just came back, and this was the first song that Foz, when I found out he was making beats and he was a producer and all that, he had sent me this beat. And I want to say I made this song in like 45 minutes to an hour, because there's a lot going on. So I just took everything that was going on in my life at that point in time and threw it into a track.
That's beautiful, man. Yeah, I know Fausto's also a really good teacher. Are you producing, or are you picking up some tips from him?
Definitely trying to learn. Production is, even though I'm not real fluent in it, it's definitely something that I really appreciate. My favorite producer and person that I dream to work with one day is Mike Dean, and Kanye, of course, because you can't talk about production if you're not bringing any of those two in. So definitely those two, and just being in the studio, I usually always ask Fausto, hey, how'd you do this? How'd you do that? I want to learn. That way, eventually I can start also incorporating and helping a lot more in production side of things.
Yeah, man. Mike Dean's got a Texas connection, and
Hmm.
funny story enough. Talking about South by, his nephew used to be on my podcasting crew for South by.
Really?
Yeah, yeah.
Small world. See,
Really small world. Anyway, man. Well, I guess let's share your video. I like that you guys went the extra mile with some graphics too. So I think everybody's
Yeah,
gonna enjoy that. Let's check it out. Sorry, I'm going to cut back to Zoom. Sorry, everybody, for some technical difficulties. Let me try to handle that really quick. Just had to jinx it. I just said it couldn't be a Zoom, Ableton User Group Zoom without a technical difficulty. Let's check it out. All right, let's try that again. Let me see, it might be a frame rate thing. Let me try to, if that's okay with you, Erv, I'm going to try to jump to Antonio's showcase really quick and try to figure out your tech issue. I apologize for that. It might just be a frame rate thing. Let me actually jump back to somebody else's really quick.
What is up, Austin Ableton Users Group?
Yeah, I think it might be a frame rate. I'll try to figure that out. If not, we'll try to share it on the Zoom. That would be another alternative, but it might take me a minute to set that up.
Yeah. I thought it played correctly earlier when we played through them, but so I bet you'll figure it out in a second.
Yeah, we'll get it sorted out, and maybe we can get. Is Antonio on the
I think
screen?
Antonio's on. Antonio, you there?
Yes.
Hey,
Okay.
Antonio, we'll be right back with you, Erv. Thanks for joining us, Antonio. How's it going?
Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Going well, man. Are you still in North Carolina?
No, actually, I am in temporary housing in Las Vegas.
Excellent. Yeah, you did tell me you were moving to Las Vegas, and especially thank you for making this work because I know it was it in the midst of the move?
Pretty much. I mean, I did it from here, sitting in this hotel room, and with lots of distractions, and I was just kind of challenged trying to figure out what to do, and so I decided to take an old song of mine, and I did a little remixing, and this is kind of the singer-songwriter part of what I do, and so yeah, and it's a song I used to call "Here I Am." And I added a little chorus thing, which I'm, still trying to figure out whether I love it or not. But anyways, yeah, so a couple of things. I realized after the fact that there was a little bit too much echo somewhere in coming through in one of the tracks. So I apologize about that. But it's a very simple kind of singer-songwriter performance as opposed to the more complex, amazing work that I've seen today. And I wish I had all my gear in my studio to be able to provide that kind of thing. But you can see me in the future.
It's all about the song, man, because when you performed for us and did a demo last year as well, and you're very generous to open up the hood and show us your live set. And it was apparent that you're a songwriter, right? And that live is a tool that you use to flesh out your music. But I think in this video, people will just see that craft. And I think it's beautiful because in the spirit of South by, we would have all of these different genres and then something a little bit more stripped down.
Correct. Yes. What he said.
So yeah, let's cut to Antonio's video and check his work out.
boy. I was born a loser. I was born alone. I was born reclusive, but here I am. Here I am. I was born in danger. I was born with a temper. I was born a stranger. I was conceived in anger, but here I am. Here I am. Walking on sunshine. I listened to the preacher, I couldn't find the reasons. I made it through another season, but most of all I need you to stay. I pray. I was born a poor boy, I was born a loser, I was born a loner. I was born reclusive, but here I am. Here I am. Walking on sunshine. 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 Make it stop. Please make it stop.
No, man, that was really good. You made it look easy.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate that. So yeah, someone asked if I was using auto filter on the guitar. Naturally, I'm actually using the LFO to do that auto walk kind of vibe. It's actually a combination between the LFO and an envelope, max for live device, of course. That keeps that vibe going, that waka, 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 waka. Big fan of that 1970s kind of soul vibe. You know, that's kind of where the influence behind this one.
Definitely felt that. We're actually ready with the second track if you're Good with us jumping back? Let's check it out.
Version with the fax, which is the one that you just played, and then one without. And I said, hey, you
My
know,
bad.
choose the one that you want. I only had time to do one, and I should have made that clear. Maybe I could have called you or something.
Oh no, that's cool. So that was my mistake.
No, it's cool. Yeah, that's cool. So yeah, that's this is, again, I'm in the middle of a relocation here to Vegas. So this is kind of like my debut, letting people know that that I'm now the certified Ableton instructor in Vegas. And yeah, representing.
Congrats, man.
It's exciting. There's so many awesome shows that could benefit from your knowledge over there that I'm excited to. Now I have a reason to actually go to Vegas.
Yes. And you're all welcome here in my hotel room. Yeah, we're closing on a house in a little while, in a couple of weeks, but.
Congrats, man. That's even more humbling. The fact that I bothered you in the midst of a relocation, and you filmed a performance in a hotel, and you still went the extra mile and edited and made it look very intimate. I really appreciate that.
Oh, you're sweet. Thanks. I appreciate it. Thanks for the opportunity, Albert. When you presented me with this, I was like, whoa, I get to play South by Southwest. Okay, I got to make this happen.
Well, hopefully next year, Tom and I will be able to rent a venue and bring everybody over.
Yeah, this can grow into something large and amazing. Wow, you've had such great performance here today. I can't even. But anyways, I wanted to say that I've been here for 2 weeks and things are happening. I'm going to be presenting at the Las Vegas user group. And that's happening on the 25th, March 25th. And on the 24th, I'm going to be presenting at the College of Southern Nevada student workshop there. And there's also the Office of Cultural Affairs here is doing a 4-week Ableton 101 course in July that is happening. So yeah, I'm really glad to be in a place where so much goes on and things are starting to happen already. You're all welcome to join us for all these virtual events.
Awesome. And if I'm not mistaken, John Lloyd is running the Playback John. Yeah, I met him when I met Rasmus and a lot of the people here in Danielle at a Laura Escade workshop, which is how I know you. So full circle. But yeah, John Lloyd's awesome, and he's a great composer too. He's a great guitarist. I'm sure you'll find a lot in common.
Yeah, we just met, and it turns out we're going to be kind of like neighbors a little bit. So we're going to be doing some hanging out.
Yeah, tell him I said hi.
Yeah, will do.
All right. Well, thanks a lot, Antonio. And I've got a solution for Erv's video. We're just going to do an old-fashioned screen share. So let's do this and optimize it for video, of course. Can everybody see that?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Great. Let's check it out.
Yeah. Yeah. Fucked up nigga, I'm good on my own. Did this shit like a motherfucking grown. I stay in the H, got a few kids with me. December not made, but my heart's still chillin'. Cruising that 10, that's the way I was born. Don't know where I'm going, I'm too far from home. I'm switching and swerving, I'm in a fast lane. Gamble with your life like a motherfucking game. Won't you vibe with me? Yeah. Won't you vibe with me? Yeah. Won't you vibe with me? Yeah. Won't you vibe? vibe with me? Said, won't you vibe with me? Just turned 20, I might smoke a dub. R&B screw, I might sip on some mud. Still too young to get in the club. Won't take no more L's, I'm only taking dubs. I used to be lame, now I'm on top. Made a promise to mom that I'm never gonna stop. Can't let no one stop me, not even a hop. If that bull was a weasel, we made him go pop. Won't you vibe with me? Yeah. Yeah, yeah, won't you vibe with me? Yeah, 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 won't you vibe with me? Yeah, 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 won't you vibe with me? Said, won't you vibe with me? I just want the money, fuck fame and these hoes. Tryna run up the check with my motherfucking bros. Get my mom and my aunt brand new crib. I wonder if it changed anything that I did. Focused on the money and that's since day one. Work hard in my 20s, about 30, have fun. Pass that shit to my kids by the time that I'm done. I only want two, yeah, a daughter and son. Won't you vibe with me? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Won't you vibe with me? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Won't you vibe with me? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Won't you vibe with me? Won't you vibe with me? Won't you vibe with me? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Won't you vibe with me? Yeah, yeah. Won't you vibe with me? Yeah, yeah. Said, won't you vibe with me? Said, won't you vibe with me? Yeah. Won't you vibe with me?
Yeah, man. Good job there, Erv.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, man. So I've been curious to ask you because you're the one of the people on the stream here that's a performer, doesn't necessarily dabble in the technology. What is your take on like what is possible with technology, or how do you interact with it just as a performer?
Personally, I'd have to say interacting with it, I work with what I have, if that makes sense. So I can give you a better example better than I can give you like a situation. So my friend, for that video, when Falls first came to me and proposed the idea that you guys wanted to work with me in that sense, there were maybe 3 to 4 days, maybe 5 days before the performance. So I was able to, that gave me, a short, narrow amount of time to get to my friend that records videos, edits videos, talk to him. At that point in time, he was waiting on a stabilizer to come in and everything. So we had to work with what we had. At that point in time, we had Falls' studio, we had me, we had his camera. So in that sense, I try to just keep everything as authentic as possible and I guess as minimal as possible. So if it didn't need to be there, it wasn't there. If I felt, as I don't want to sound selfish when I say it, but as the performer or the artist, if I felt that it was necessary, and I'd throw the suggestion out there. Of course, I'd consult with my director as well to like, hey, how do you feel about this? And he'd either tell me, I think it'd be a good idea. I don't really think you should do that. I feel like this would be better. And then we'll just, like I said, we'll just work with what we have at that point in time.
That's a really healthy mentality, man. You got to keep it, and you have to be selfish. You got to like, as an artist, you got to be, and I think us people that work in technology are always happy to support that, that one track mind and appreciate when we get to work with a vocalist that has that mentality. But thanks a lot for participating, man. I know, like you said, you had a short amount of time to put it together and you knocked it out of the park.
Thank you. You guys have a good one.
Thank you, Erv. Tom, from Houston, where are we going now?
I think we said Orville was. Oh no, wait. I think we've got all the people that were on the call.
I think Orville's our next.
Yeah, Orville's next. Yep.
Show. He's not on here with us, but Orville Klein. Some of you may know him as the organizer for the Chicago user group for Ableton, and it's a huge user group. They just did a big event with Ill Gates, and I know they've got some really exciting stuff coming up. So check them out. And Orville Klein's work is really exciting. So let's cut to him and enjoy his music.
You can never fuck it up, Austin. Let's do this.
Hello? One, two, three, fuck it up now. 1, 2, 3, 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 fuck it up now. Fuck it up right 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 now. Fuck it up.
Let's go.
All right.
Hey,
Well,
everybody. In case you can't tell, we're having a little bit of technical difficulty. My internet connection's being throttled. Typical South by. So we're going to continue the stream in just a few minutes. I need to reset my connection, and we will be right back. Right, Tom?
Yep, that's right. Okay.
Just to do a sound check really quick, because it looks like we're back. And for those of us that are still with us on the YouTube, thanks for hanging in there. Yeah, we're good. We're back. And if you see a big wheel and you're wondering what that is, Tom is preparing the wheel of names because we got some goodies to give out. We haven't really mentioned that, right, Tom?
Yeah, I was just kind of talking about how sometimes we give away shirts and hats, and sometimes a pack if we can get Ableton to give it to us. I think I've got the right names. No.
Yeah. So apologies to Orville for having his video cut out. We'll play it back at the end. And while Tom works on that, what do you say we cut to fellow certified trainer Dustin Ragland performing his Young Weather?
Go for it.
All right, man. Yeah, you guys are gonna love this.
Hey everybody, it's Dustin here in Oklahoma City. I'm so grateful for you for spending some time with this performance. Also very, very grateful to the Austin Ableton User Group and South by Southwest for allowing me to explore this kind of strange new musical grammar with these drums and connected to the bouncy notes MIDI effect. And I'm really, really grateful for the chance to explore this relationship. I had the idea to find a way for the acoustic drums to create MIDI events that would then cause the bouncy notes to create their kind of flurry of notes. And then what happens after that is a little bit uncertain. It depends on gravity and mass and some physics ideas that are embedded into that MIDI effect itself. Bouncy notes is a part of the Inspired by Nature Max for Live MIDI and audio effects pack and instrument pack that's in Live 11. And the bouncy notes MIDI effect specifically really becomes interesting connected with the drums. What my process was for this, to try and figure out a new grammar for the acoustic drums to interact with this MIDI event, was to build this little Max for Live device. And it's just a really simple trigger that allows audio to come in. And I set a threshold that's relative to what the audio is coming in. And then as soon as it passes that threshold, it plays a MIDI note right here that I can choose. You can see an E right here on the keyboard. That note then is routed, which is also a new thing with Live 11, where I can route on an audio track a MIDI note that gets created by the kick drum audio and send it to this K-tone or kick tone MIDI track right here that has our piano instrument on it. So you can see and hear right here when a kick drum happens, right? Every time that kick drum hits, it fires off this MIDI note, which then goes to this K-tone track. And so if you see what happens with bouncy notes right here, right? Every time the kick drum hits, these balls will fall down, and depending on their gravity, mass, the speed, and the note quantization that I put in, all of the kind of musical and physical elements that go into the bouncy notes effect, they combine together. And I've limited the notes into a relatively narrow key mode just so that we can have something that works together, because there's a lot of notes happening all at once, obviously. But you can see, even as we played it back just now, it's different every single time because the way these things move are randomized to some degree. So the kick drum does this. The snare drum also has an interesting trigger effect. You can see that as soon as the snare hits, this A is fired off into the snare tone track, which are some layered marimbas, and I have a little bit more of on that track, a little bit more of boxes that'll block the bouncy notes and let them kind of trigger some more notes here. One of the more interesting things about this is the way that it changed how I approach the acoustic drums. I started to notice that if I did some of these press rolls that were a little bit quieter and not big accents on the snare drum, I could sneak notes in underneath the threshold that I have on my Max for Live device, and I'm now not triggering bouncy notes until I really, really lay into the snare. And this became a way of constantly reacting to what's happening inside the MIDI world with the acoustic world and the acoustic drums. I'm kind of constantly searching for these things, and this is definitely a performance that's very searching and improvised in the moment. But the joy of that is that I do genuinely get to react to the musical melodic things that are happening, and then the musical percussive rhythmic things that are happening, and then all the stuff that happens in between. Some interesting little details to this. On the snare tone track specifically, one of the things that was really interesting was to put the spectral resonator, which is a new audio effect inside of Live 11, on that snare track, and then allow it in its monophonic mode to glide between the notes a little bit more. And the dry wet of the spectral resonator is being controlled by this LFO. So it randomly adds a little bit more or less, and you occasionally hear these little, almost microtonal little kind of shifts that will happen between our notes. That's coming from this right here and that glide that's happening. It's just really, really interesting, especially because the drums are such a sharp, defined note every time they play. And to have notes slide between the drums from one thing to the next, one musical moment to the next, really exciting. So again, thank you so much for your time. Thanks for checking this out. And again, thank you to the Austin Ableton User Group, to South by Southwest. I hope you have a great and wonderful spring, and you go and explore some more music yourself this week. Bye.
All right, all right.
Great job from Dustin, and all the way from Oklahoma.
So am I next?
Yeah, Who's next?
I think I'm next.
All right, so good. We've got the spotlight on you, Tom.
So
what can
my,
you tell us about your approach?
So my performer name is Flood Circuit, and so for this, I was really inspired by some of the other performances that we saw coming in. So I was like telling myself, I just have to make something. So I really threw this together, practiced it a couple nights with my daughter, kind of watching me. But it's really just using the push. Another really cool thing that I use here is Stranja, who's another video YouTuber that makes Ableton videos, released a video that has all drum and bass patterns basically summarized, and he basically goes through in MIDI how the basic drum patterns of drum and bass, kind of for the different genres, explains them and shows how easy it is to make them. And so I used that project file he made of just all the different patterns, and I just step through those patterns and I play some jazz on top of it and kind of just experiment. Another cool thing I use is the MIDI fighter, which is a lot of fun to juggle, quick little effects and stuff like that off of the buttons. So
yeah, you used to bring that over. You used to bring that over to the in-person meetings when we had them.
Those are tons of fun.
Yeah. So Woot, MIDI fighter, right, Rachel? So let's check it out, man. Let's check out your video. Anything else you want to share before we switch over? Cool. Flood Circuit performance.
An abandonment of the possibility of closure. Closure is a neurotic and infantile demand to make upon reality, other people, language. You just have to live in this state of dynamic disequilibrium, which, if sustained long enough and in sufficient taste, becomes a life well lived. the shaman knows this because they plunge into this realm where everything is transient flow, an interlocking field, where the materiality of the ordinary reality is overcome by the quantum mechanical, wave mechanical, maternal face behind appearances. nothing lasts. All things are in the process of coming to be and passing until the last syllable of recorded time.
You probably saw me panicking, man. Yeah, it's that was a cool effect at the end. I know you do a lot of visual stuff. Did you do that?
Yeah, I just kind of did that in Camtasia or whatever, but I used Touch Designer and Resolume and stuff. I was going to do something with Resolume, and I started kind of messing with it, but it was like it just made it so it was kind of hard to even see what I was doing at all, and so I thought it might be kind of cooler just to kind of be able to follow along. But yeah.
Yeah, really cool pixelated outro. Genevieve, did you enjoy that? That was awesome. All right, man, let's move right along. We've got
let's keep going.
We've got one more, Dan Freeman, and I also want to replay Orville's as an outro, just because his got all chopped up. But up next is Dan Freeman and his push guitar, Blinky. It's probably the most Ableton performance that we can get.
Yeah, you guys have never seen anything like this. I mean, this is pretty pretty special.
Yeah, and I think it only keeps improving. I think he's always tweaking Blinky and making it better. So let's go ahead and check out Dan's performance.
Okay, fine. Take 6 on both cameras, and let's light it.
Man, that was really, really cool. Talk about like great mix of human and technology, and like so weird that he's playing a controller, but it's really off the grid, and he's just kind of playing with the drummer. Really interesting. And yeah, just a really good musician and really cool guy, Dan Freeman. He's one of the first Ableton dudes I saw on YouTube and was inspired by.
He's known for attaching controllers onto guitars and stuff, and this is just kind of the latest version of this. I think it's really cool.
Yeah, so shout out to Dan if he's watching. And that was it, Tom. We made it. I guess as far as the live portion, I do want to just, you know, out of respect to Orville and play that back as the outro. But man, thanks a lot for inspiring this idea and kind of just sharing that you used to do this at South by. It got me excited, and I want to thank everybody that helped, Coleman and Artist Relations and Seraphin, who's our brand manager, and the community, man, every artist that came over. It was just very humbling. It made me feel very satisfied on a Saturday. I don't know about you.
Yeah, thank you all very much. It was an honor to kind of get to showcase all of this and learn from it and be entertained by everyone. And thank you to all the kids who are very patient throughout the whole show.
But we'll definitely have to do this again sometime. We'll talk privately and organize another one of these. Thanks for everybody in the chat. And Tom, did we do the drawing yet? I guess maybe that's the.
We did, and I can do that really quick if we want to do that.
Yeah, let's go ahead and get that out of the way so people know if they got a prize. And I've got all their emails from the Eventbrite RSVP, so we'll reach out if they're not on the chat still.
Okay, I think I got everybody. Let's roll. Usually we do this kind of speckled throughout the group. It's not usually at the end like this, but is Antonio still on? No, he's not.
All right, so I'll make sure we'll take his name down.
All right, we'll spin again here. Paul, lucky man. Send us your contact info and like what size shirt and stuff you wear.
Yeah, just put it in the chat, and I'll actually put my email in the chat. If you're on the Zoom with us, you can email me, and I'll get your information out to Seraphin at Ableton, who hooks us up with all the t-shirts.
Ed.
All right.
Hey, Ed.
Hey, Ed, I think you're still
like we
here
said,
with us.
get us your info, and we'll get you a shirt.
Schneider, maybe. Hope I'm pronouncing that right.
Yeah, I'm not gonna try. Should we do another one, or is that it?
Yeah, we usually just do the 3.
Okay.
So thanks everybody for joining us. We really hope you come to the next one, which is in April. I believe 20 something. We're figuring out the date, but we'll get a cool presenter. We'll have some more fun. All right, I guess we're signing off. Without further ado, here's Orville, and I'll play a little bit of Dustin at the end, just so you can see that in fluid motion, because I hated that the connection dropped there. All right, so here we go.
Down like this.
fuckers up, Austin. Let's do this.
Hello?
One, two, three, fuck it up now. 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 Fuck it up right 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 now. Fuck it up. Let's go.
Hey everybody, it's Dustin here in Oklahoma City. I'm so grateful for you for spending some time with this performance. Also very, very grateful to the Austin Ableton User Group and South by Southwest for allowing me to explore this kind of strange new musical grammar with these drums and connected to the bouncy notes MIDI effect. And I'm really grateful for the chance to explore this relationship. I had the idea to find a way for the acoustic drums to create MIDI events that would then cause the bouncy notes to create their kind of flurry of notes. And then what happens after that is a little bit uncertain. It depends on gravity and mass and some physics ideas that are embedded into that MIDI effect itself. Bouncy notes is a part of the Inspired by Nature Max for Live MIDI and audio effects pack and instrument pack that's in Live 11. And the bouncy notes MIDI effect specifically really becomes interesting connected with the drums. What my process was for this, to try and figure out a new grammar for the acoustic drums to interact with this MIDI event, was to build this little Max for Live device. And it's just a really simple trigger that allows audio to come in. And I set a threshold that's relative to what the audio is coming in. And then as soon as it passes that threshold, it plays a MIDI note right here that I can choose. You can see an E right here on the keyboard. That note then is routed, which is also a new thing with Live 11, where I can route on an audio track a MIDI note that gets created by the kick drum audio and send it to this K-tone or kick tone MIDI track right here that has our piano instrument on it. So you can see and hear right here when a kick drum happens, right? Every time that kick drum hits, it fires off this MIDI note, which then goes to this K-tone track. And so if you see what happens with bouncy notes right here, right? Every time the kick drum hits, these balls will fall down, and depending on their gravity mass, the speed, and the note quantization that I put in, all of the kind of musical and physical elements that go into the bouncy notes effect, they combine together. And I've limited the notes into a relatively narrow key mode just so that we can have something that works together, because there's a lot of notes happening all at once, obviously. But you can see, even as we played it back just now, it's different every single time because the way these things move are randomized to some degree. So the kick drum does this. The snare drum also has an interesting trigger effect. You can see that as soon as the snare hits, this A is fired off into the snare tone track, which are some layered marimbas, and I have a little bit more of on that track, a little bit more of boxes that'll block the bouncy notes and let them kind of trigger some more notes here. One of the more interesting things about this is the way that it changed how I approach the acoustic drums. I started to notice that if I did some of these press rolls that were a little bit quieter and not big accents on the snare drum, I could sneak notes in underneath the threshold that I have on my Max for Live device, and I'm now not triggering bouncy notes until I really, really lay into the snare. And this became a way of constantly reacting to what's happening inside the MIDI world with the acoustic world and the acoustic drums. I'm kind of constantly searching for these things, and this is definitely a performance that's very searching and improvised in the moment. But the joy of that is that I do genuinely get to react to the musical melodic things that are happening, and then the musical percussive rhythmic things that are happening, and then all the stuff that happens in between. Some interesting little details to this. On the snare tone track specifically, one of the things that was really interesting was to put the spectral resonator, which is a new audio effect inside of Live 11, on that snare track, and then allow it in its monophonic mode to glide between the notes a little bit more. And the dry wet of the spectral resonator is being controlled by this LFO. So it randomly adds a little bit more or less, and you occasionally hear these little, almost microtonal little kind of shifts that will happen between our notes. That's coming from this right here and that glide that's happening. It's just really, really interesting, especially because the drums are such a sharp, defined note every time they play. And to have notes slide between the drums from one thing to the next, one musical moment to the next, really exciting. So again, thank you so much for your time. Thanks for checking this out. And again, thank you to the Austin Ableton User Group, to South by Southwest. I hope you have a great and wonderful spring, and you go and explore some more music yourself this week.